morning. My plan today was to good morning. My plan today was to do this, since I didn't have to do a school run yet this morning, to do this ahead of the non-farm payroll, but I didn't imagine we were going to have a 200-point rout in the markets this morning, thanks to the, I don't know what you call them, the tariffs. And it's only going to get worse from the looks of it. Amazing to me that pretty amazing to me that this kind of thing can happen. Anyway, so let's see now. We're not getting anywhere audio-wise. It doesn't look like the sucking is working very well. All right. Yeah, I guess it's working all right now. Okay, welcome to the stream early, an hour. It is this is my virtual live trading, private trading journal. The idea here is that I capture everything I'm seeing with my video, and I'm waking up here, sorry, and I get the sense of what I was thinking by my narration or the voiceover. That's the theory. I don't multitask very well, so to be doing screen, and I believe journaling is important. So to be doing screen snapping and typing and stuff like that doesn't work for me, and while I'm trying to focus on the market. So this is working out. Well, first of all, this is not for financial advice or trade advice. There's a disclaimer in the description. Please read that. All the times here are Central Standard Time, and that on my charts and that I refer to. So the reason I stream to YouTube is for transparency, accountability, and I can review the streams on any device. So that's pretty handy, and it's a permanent record. And I don't take any trades on this account off the stream, so it's not like I'm down one day and then I made that up in the after hour. That's the reason that the streams last so long, is I start streaming now about 30 minutes before the market opens, and in this case today before the non-farm payroll. And then the stream runs through the entire cash market. And I usually shut the stream down around 1500 local, Central Standard Time, which is the close of the cash market here. 15:15 actually, but I have a school run typically at 3 o'clock, so I go out for that. And then I don't take any trades in the overnight or whatever. That's the reason for the length of the stream. All right, so numbers are the biggie, and boy, do we have some out today. Well, this is all 730. So we've got all these averages. Of course, the granddaddy of them all is the non-farm payrolls here, and that's the reason I've got the stream up. And then we have Fed Chair speaking, or Powell. Fed Chair speaking at 10:25, and Barr at 10:25, then Waller, at 11:45, and all the typical Friday stuff that follows after that. The pre-market, well, what can you say? And there we are, trading along. London opens, and 200 points later, we're in the toilet. Essentially, from almost 200 points from the close. So, yeah, it's just going to be a continued, I think the story is just going to be a never-ending saga until something happens. I hope something happens sooner than later. There's a lot of people losing their hopes and their dreams and their 401ks and everything else, which is not funny. $2.5 trillion evaporated since quote unquote Liberation Day. I guess the idea is to liberate everybody from their money. I'm not sure how anybody would interpret that as a liberation, except that bunch of lackeys that were sitting in the Rose Garden. I don't get it. I really don't get it. But I haven't gotten this whole concept for a number of years. I didn't get it the first time Trump was elected, frankly. I wasn't quite sure what was going on. We were living out of the country then. My first reaction to my wife was when I saw that was, my God, what's happened to the education level and system in America? For somebody to be for an entire country to be bamboozled by by that kind of thing was just shocking to me. And then comes the sequel, pretty crazy. Anyway, it is what it is, and we try to ride it out. Day trading here now. If I'd have been short up here when we sold off from the 54s at 430. So imagine this now. There's 400 or 5,400. You're at 4:30 in the morning. 5 o'clock in the morning. And this is 6 o'clock in the morning. 6:30. By 6:30, we're at 52.35. Nearly 200 points in an hour. I guess, note to self, get up for London from now on. I actually woke up at 4:30 and tried to log on via my phone in bed. Couldn't get there, so, back to sleep I went like a fool. My own worst enemy. Anyway, so that's where we are for the pre-market. I don't know, what do you say? I was expecting a pretty big movement in the non-farm, and if that comes in bad, well, I guess it's just going to continue to rout. And who knows what will happen when the markets wake up and everybody starts seeing this thing. At least it's going to be recorded here for posterity, I guess. Pretty crazy. Lots of people's hard-earned money in retirement and out the window. Pretty crazy. Pretty devastating, I'm sure, to a lot of people, me included. So, I don't know what to say for the pre-market, frankly. I wouldn't have thought that this was going to happen, but it did. There's some quotes I have here from China has announced a 34% retaliatory tariffs on U.S. imports. These are from the Financial Times, the headlines of the Financial Times. So if you zoom over to that website, you can see it all. The sweeping tariffs ignited a $2.5 trillion rout on Wall Street. And, look at any of that. Look at Bloomberg, Financial Times. I don't ever watch CNN because that's such a, it's like Fox News. It's just, it's a joke or what do you call it? When you, what's the word for military intelligence, oxymoron. They use the term news there when it's just fantasy, in my opinion. Okay. So we are 14 minutes away from the non-farm payroll report, which was the purpose of the being up early here today. Now, in order to I guess go through some of the normal stuff a little bit first here. This is Bookmap, my trading platform. This is my charting platform, which is IRT. And this is the NQ, the ES Renko, ES, and the NQ Renko, the micro composite daily profiles. These are daily bars on a RTH trading session, and you see where yesterday was. And now we're way below that, 200 points. We are now trading down here. This little white guy right here, moving around, that's where we're trading now. So, yeah. I'm not sure he's making us greater again. I hope so, because this is getting pretty embarrassing otherwise. Yeah, so that's the trading stuff. I'll talk about the, I guess I should do this completely. I'm so disgusted, I just want to go back to bed. Anyway, this is these high and low volume nodes are the way this micro composite works is I draw a volume profile around the daily bars, which have overlapping price. And that then by doing so, it generates a micro composite VPOC and all these high and low volume nodes here, which the red and green lines that are pushed automatically to Bookmap. The POCs, the highs, lows, all of that stuff I enter manually. And, this was yesterday and now we're down here. So this is going to be a big disconnected mess for a while. Back to Bookmap then. This is the micro composite Bookmap column where I enter this stuff manually. These are the high and low volume nodes would fit over here. If I scrunch this down, you can probably see some. There they are. And here are some of those levels that I've typed in there manually. Here are the naked volume points of control were taken out from way back when. This is from 1st of February 21st, 2024. That's how low. That's where we are now. The 1st of February 2024. I encode the dates, day, month, year, because I just am used to that. And it's the way the rest of the world does it. Yeah, so there's that. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1700 last night and continues through today. Today is Friday, so 1600, and then picks up again on Sunday at 1700. It's the full session. It's not the ETH. Okay. This is the RTH session, which will reset this morning at 0830. Chart volume profile just plots what you see on the chart. If you scroll, let's see, like that, you see that it's just, this is the data on the chart, and that's what the chart volume profile does. This is the notes column, which is pretty important to me. I start by changing the title of this column to the opening type for the day, for the current RTH day. Lower out of range was yesterday. Sure as hell going to be lower out of range again today. That's important because I can, when I look at a snap or at the stream, I can get a lot of information instantly by the title of that column without going back and figuring out, okay, where's our open? Where does it compare to the close? Where does it compare to the range? All that stuff. And the way the open type is determined is where we're going to open down here someplace as that compares to yesterday's RTH close and yesterday's RTH range. Well, there's yesterday's RTH low. So we are very definitely below the close and out of range, lower out of range. Very simple. There's only 4 of those. Lower, higher out of range, higher in range, lower in range, lower out of range. That's the only 4. And those are the only 2 criteria that it looks at. You know, if the world fell over or something, it doesn't look at those. So that's how it works. These are the level or the session prices, which are pushed automatically from Bookmap. Because based on the open type, I enter the statistics associated with these prices based on the open type. And that's from a statistics study that I have in IRT, which we'll look at when we get close to the regular open after non-farm. There's no indicators on my Bookmap or my IRT. There is a POC for both full session and RTH session. The POC is just the marker of price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's all. There's a VWAP, which is volume weighted average price for both full session and RTH. And there's a mid for just the RTH. And then we have somewhere way up here someplace, there's an IB low and IB high. The IBs are just the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH session. They're called IB because of the old market profile terminology, initial balance, which was the first 1 hour. First 2 profiles, actually, because TPOs are 30-minute brackets or TPOs. So there you have that. Nothing magical, nothing mysterious. And now we're going to just see what happens in a few minutes here when we get the non-farm payroll, which I can't imagine will be too big of a... Well, who knows what'll happen? I don't know. It's also pretty important to be able to trade. And the way you have to do that with Bookmap, first is you need to activate the trade control panel. And you need to decide how you want to interact with the application using your mouse. If you select chart, you can only initiate trades, move targets, etc. with your mouse in this active or live data column. If you use DOM, you can only use your mouse to trade in the DOM columns. If you use both, obviously double jeopardy, you can do either one. Now, I have hotkeys set up on my keyboard and it is activated. So I can initiate trades, cancel orders, whatever I want to do like that with my keyboard, no matter which of these 2 I've selected. For the longest time, I traded with DOM only because I thought that was eliminating a potential unforced error by misclicking in the data column, but I'm trying to get over that with a lot of during my study period every evening and on the weekends, practicing with the mouse, because I think it's a lot quicker. I'm not confirmed that yet, but I think it's quicker. So I am now trying to get used to both. And then that activates your control panel. This opens the padlock and turns green. Next of all, I need to put I use multi-brackets, and I use a risk-neutral trade management or risk management system, and the first requirement is it has to be an even number of contracts. Both contracts have a stop at wherever you set it. In my case, I choose 12 ticks from doing vetting, historical statistics. The first take profit is at the same number of ticks positive as the stop is negative, and it's for half of the package. 1 contract. Then there's a runner. If you do 4, all 4, 12 ticks, first take profit, positive 12 ticks, half of the package, 2 lots, and then you have 2 runners. Really simple. But it makes quite a big difference psychologically and whatever else. guarantees that you've got a minimum of a. The key to that, I guess I should say that the important part of the risk neutral package is that the minute you take off, the minute you achieve the first take profit or risk neutral scale, the trade is risk neutral, meaning the worst that can happen is a scratch, unless you move your stop away from entry, and then you got other problems to deal with. So that's the psychological boost. So what I do after that is I confirm that the package is correct. And then I click this again. Stays active, padlock stays open, button stays green, but I get the real estate back on my screen and I don't trade my P&L. And we're going to have the non-farm out here in 4 minutes. So I don't know what to say. Typically it would be hook in and hang on, but you never know. And they could, maybe the non-farm payroll will be great and they'll come right back. We're up to now, we're approaching 5280. So, we're maybe going to get back 100 of those 200 lots, 200 points. And let's see what happens with non-farm. That was the reason I was doing this stream, but it's kind of failed in comparison to the big route from London. I need water or something, I guess. So good luck. Hook in, hang on. What is it? 3 minutes. And 1 minute. Well, it's 7:30. Where's the non-farm? It's positive a lot. It was expected 137K, and it came in at 228. So non-farm came in very positive, and that's exactly no reaction. I mean, I guess if you get the scale out, there's a little bit of reaction there, but not a lot compared to the big route we just got. So that's not much of a reaction there. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. Huh. Well, that wasn't, I don't think that was worth getting up for, was it? Positive numbers, and the market's still selling off because of the and private non-farm was also way up. They were projecting 127,000, and it came in at 209,000. Huh. What do we got here? However, the unemployment rate for March jumped 0.1%. So that's the key number, and that's the reason. That's the real number, and that's the average hourly earnings also dropped. So that's the real problem. Take 100 people that were making, had a good job, and give them a job sweeping the street for $1 an hour. That didn't improve anything, and that's exactly what's happening. The unemployment rate is up, and the hourly wage is down. So those are really telling numbers. I'm sure this Fed meeting this afternoon with when Powell speaks, and then Barr, and then Waller. Boom, boom, boom. 10:25 Powell, Waller, Barr at 11, and then 11:45 Waller. So 1, 2, 3 punch. It's getting back up to its peak here at the on the number. The apparently Trump has fired the National Security Agency director. So yeah, I guess the plan is just get rid of anybody that A can think, or B disagrees with you in any case. That sounds pretty democratic. Oh no, wait, maybe that's not right. Maybe that's not what that sounds like. I wonder what the hell people are thinking. Well, I guess on the I don't know what to think, really. I'm pretty disappointed about that whole thing. Well, I wish I hadn't even bothered now. That was a waste of time. I would have been much better off getting a little more sleep, I think. That's it until 10:25 now. We have Fed Chair Powell speaking at 10:25, then the Vice Chair Barr at 11, and then 11:45, Fed Walter. And they went up, they went down, they've taken the whole non-farm back. I don't know why. Okay. Now, IRT seems to be always having trouble with reports again. Pretty amazing. I think the thing that's most amazing to me about this whole story is it's 100% self-inflicted, and for what? That's the thing I don't really understand. For what? On the surface of it, you would have to think of you're a bit, conspiracy oriented. You'd think, well, okay, so what they're trying to do is there's a few of these rich people, Musk and, some of those lunatics. What's his name from Amazon? And that Zuckerberg useless little twit. But anyway, okay, what's happening now? They've routed the market from 5,400 to 5,200 this morning. So if they buy stocks and buy investments at bargain prices and then get out of the way and let it go back up. Is it really that simple? I don't know. If it is, if that's really what they're doing at the expense of the American people and the country, I hope they shoot them all, frankly. I mean, that's probably not the thing to say online, but Jesus Christ. I mean, that's the highest act of treason that I can see. For greed, 100%. It's one thing if you're treasonous, if a person is treasonous out of ideology, but treasonous for greed, wow, that's the lowest form of life that I can see. It's just my opinion, of course, but it's my trading journal, so this is a permanent record, and I'm on the record for that. $2.5 trillion has been wiped out of the economy and people's 401ks and, all those things. Yeah, so that was a big non-event. I mean, it was, it was 25 handles, I guess, 20 handles. 5,280 to about 5,300. Well, I think I can measure that. I've got some little deal here that can do that, I think. I thought I had a thing there that did that. Oh, that sucks. I thought I had a measury thing that did that. I don't know where that went. I thought I had a little thing on another screen that I could just pull over the top of a bar and measure it, but I don't find it now. Huh. It's disappointing. Huh. Well, I keep thinking I have this thing sort of figured out, and then I realize I'm wrong. Trying to monkey around with the TopStep X thing here, and they've got some nice tools, some tools there that it's a white label version of TradingView, which I don't have. But since this was free, I thought it might be fun to play with and get to know something about it. And I think I was wrong. Yeah. There's a tool they've got that I can't seem to find now where you can just, click on this tool thingy and then you just go over to the candle and pull from the top to the bottom, for example, or vice versa. And it measures the bar, tells you the volume and all that kind of stuff. But I can't find it now. All right, so what happened now? Bouncing back and forth after the non-farm. Yeah. Well, they're making a little bit of it back, about 100 points. 100 points in the ES is just a little bit of a start, you know. Unreal. Unreal. Uh, so anyway, what a mess. What a flippin' mess. And I fussed around with this, messing with this TopStep X thing last night. I took a few trades, sim trades, micro ES, just learning how to click, you know, how do you enter a trade? What do you do? How do you do the procedure, basically? I don't know. I ended up up positive $1.80. And had I just put a short on and gone to bed, I'd have like 250 points. It's hilarious. It's not funny, but it is. It's becoming clear to me that getting up for London is important to do. More days than not, there's a major move there. Why? I guess they want to assert their dominance. I don't know. Okay, now. Where's that damn tool at? Oh, there it is. Ah, there we have it. Oh, yeah. Well, from 5:10 a.m. this morning, that drop was 183.5 points, 3.4%. Assuming this little thing is right, and I'm sure that it is. pretty handy little tool. I've never used TradingView before, and I don't know. The big problem I always have with outfits like that and these different applications is what data are they using? Because that's pretty important, I think. But anyway, from what I've seen of it, it looks like quite a comprehensive platform. I don't know about trading with it or anything like that, but as far as charting goes, it's and it doesn't do any of the things that I don't think it does any of the things that IRT can do, like push the session prices and do all those kind of stuff, all those things that I do to Bookmap. But but anyway, yeah. So I guess it's time to go chase Mom around the house and see if I can corral her in the bedroom. Our daughter won a division or whatever, and is down at a state competition in Scholastic thing in Galveston. We are currently in Houston. That's where we landed when we got back from Kuala Lumpur, because there was an office here for the company I was with. As soon as she graduates from high school, which is the end of this year, next month after next, I guess. And we'll get the hell out of here as quickly as we can. I think try to get back up to Denver and into the Rockies. My son lives in Denver, so we get to Colorado. I grew up on a ranch in Montana, but that's nobody left up there now, and in Montana's gotten so crazy, pretty much polluted by all the dickheads from everywhere else going there, and radical weirdos, and Wyoming as well. I had family in Wyoming and Montana. Really beautiful parts of the country, but the people can sure ruin it. And they do. They go out of their way. I'm surprised with how radical weird Idaho has gotten. Idaho was always a real laid back, nice place. It's, apparently it's gotten real crazy. I don't know, right wing crazy, that's crazy to me. I'm old enough to remember the Nazis, right? World War II, so I don't think fascism or that right wing crap is very cute. I wasn't alive in World War II. I was just a boomer born right after, but that's in the days when history and the news was really that, not just some spin factory. So there you have it. Well, we just keep fussing around here. We've got a whole string of got basically a definite resistance level. Support became resistance at about 5320 ish, which is ironically the overnight mid. Boo. I'm gonna go out and see if I can forage up something to munch on here. Now we got a whole hour to. No, well, it's almost 57, so pretty quick we'll be at the regular time here. It's 8 o'clock. I started the stream an hour early for the non-farm payroll, so if you're interested in that, it's there. Basically, it was not a particularly good report. Boop, there we go. So it's we picked up a little bit on non-farm and non-farm, private non-farm, but we lost money on hourly wages and lost on unemployment. Both of these, in my opinion, are much more important than non-farm. Big gain in non-farm private, payrolls, but my analogy was, well, if you fire a whole bunch of people that have careers and jobs, and then you give them $1 an hour sweeping the street, I don't think that works, for the betterment of the society and the people involved. So that's what I think's happened, what I think is kind of reflected here. And there was of course, all of this pales in light of the giant rout of 200 and something points we had overnight. Now maybe we'll get back up. We're testing up through that 20 resistance area now. Or was support. Maybe we'll get to retrace some of it. I don't know. Anyway, that's that. I'd set the stream up last night to an hour early for the non-farm. Thought that would be interesting because I typically don't have the ability to do that because I'm doing a school run then, but Tam is not here this last couple of days, so I thought I could do that. And it was kind of when I got up and saw the market down 200 points since London Open, I was a little bit more shocked than I was thinking about non-farm, frankly. So that's all on the stream. And who knows what will happen? We did have a big selling tail down there on the bottom at the lows, and pretty much a we're recovering, right? We've come through that consolidation and we're ticking back up here. Oop. There we go. Still a little need more caffeine. That's pretty obvious. It's so funny to stand here and because of the scale, we're trading up nearly 100 points off the lows. And the lows were around sometime. Let's check. When was that? 6:30. I think I've covered off on all the usual pre-market items here. Reports, pre-market, the trading package. Yeah. What a bunch of crap. 13 after here, so 14. So probably just wait and see what's going to happen. I guess I never did get around to the statistics. Kind of a moot point, I suppose, today. But anyway, the idea of the statistics study is real simple. We look at the open type, which I talked about earlier. It's just the relationship of where we closed. Here, I can maybe show that easier over here. So here's where we closed, and here's where we are. What are we? We are lower than the close and out of yesterday's range. Lower out of range. That's the open type. Same as it was yesterday. It looks back at 2002 days. Of those 2002 days, we opened 289 of them lower out of range. What's that tell you? We've been in an uptrend, a bull market. Right? We opened higher out of range 514 times, lower out of range 289. Of these 289 days, price revisited the overnight volume point of control, 83.7. And we go over here, and we go 83.7. And there you go. And the overnight mid is 68.5. And I think none of this really matters today after this big sell-off. It's going to be real interesting to see how, what, if, when, you know, the overnight low, 69.5. We're definitely under the 200 moving average and the 50, so we're in recession territory, I believe. Or definitely, what's the other thing they call it? Not before a recession? Anyway, whatever. I'm disappointed with the whole thing. The previous IB high, 68 point, that's just stupid. We're never going to get to the IB high. The IB low is 60.6. That's a possibility, I guess. And I type I put those initials in there because this is going to, once the market opens, obviously the IB low is the low of the first 1 hour. So it'll be at the bottom of wherever that is. It won't be here anymore. Previous close, that's got to be one. That's only 44.3. Well, that doesn't make much sense, does it? The problem we have today is with this big, huge sell-off. Do any of these, these levels don't make a lot of sense. And remember that this study doesn't look back at any of that. It only looks at those two criteria. So these levels are pretty wonky, I think. Previous low is 67.8. That makes sense. But now it tells you how wonky it is. The close is 44.83. previous low 67.8, and they're next to each other. Well, they're not really next to each other, but you get the point. They're right close there. And in order to get to that one, come on, man, what's going on here? I don't seem to want. I guess it's because I got this. I have the scale so scrunched down. It's not being very helpful here. Come on, you. There we go. Overnight high. 34.9. Yeah, I don't really know what to think, to be honest about it. I don't know what to think exactly. Other than just write it out and see, you know. So there we are with all of that. And I just did the TLab snap, which is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab, started by a guy named Tom B. It is completely free. You don't even need to be a subscriber to Bookmap. And there's a link to join that server in the description here. And it is the only one of those chat rooms that I recommend, because I haven't been to all of them, and the couple that I have been to were just typical internet, gurus stuff. This is for sale on my website. I'll charge you $1,000 a month for mentoring, that kind of thing, which I have no use for. And I'm glad, and if somebody does have a use for it, that's fine. I just am not interested in that. The minute I hear that stuff, it smells like internet guru BS to me, and then that's where I quit. So it is it's started by a guy named Tom B, who is a professional trader, 46 years in the business, very successful apparently. He doesn't trade online or openly, and he doesn't call trades. So, but he does do a lot of commentary, and there's a lot of free material in there that's posted up under that pin at the top of the Bookmap or the Discord. So there's a lot of stuff there. And there's a good crowd of people in there. Rod and Ned, Tulot, Didn't Matter, and Oregon sending a bunch of guys who are people who are serious about trading and do quite well at it. Rod in particular. So that's why I do 2 posts a day in there for sure. I post the numbers every morning around 6 for the day, and I post a snap with a bunch of with all of the relative levels and stuff on it for people that don't have as comprehensive a charting as IRT. So that's that. And we're going to open here in 7 minutes. Not sure what difference that's going to make, but that's what we're going to do. I'm kind of discombobulated here with this getting the stream started an hour early. For the I thought it would be interesting to watch the non-farm having no idea that we're going to sell off 200 points in an hour pre-market. And we're going to open here in a minute. There we go. I lied. We open now. Go away, piece of crap. Okay, we start plotting the migrating VWAP, VPOC, whatever. Man, what are we going to do? I have no idea. We're right at this consolidation or this, lower distribution. All right, do get back to the normal stuff here now. So the first thing we're going to do is get our charts on big delays again, big lags, I should say. Yeah, we're gapped so far down, I don't even know where we are. Where'd the open go? Right there, I guess. So this is a gap low. I don't know what day it is anymore. So this is the gap low, right? The gap low on whatever day this is, 04/04/25. Well, there you go. I guess that's where we opened. And where in the hell is the gap high? Previous close, right there. And that's the gap high. The way I do it. You can do it however you want. Okay. Oh, we got gaps going on all over the place here now, don't we? I suppose that's good morning, Antonio. Yeah, it is, Antonio. Good morning, Antonio. I started the stream at 7 o'clock this morning to capture the non-farm payroll because Tam's out of town, so I didn't have the school run. Didn't imagine I was going to wake up to a 200-point rout. Kind of a disappointing good morning, actually. But here we are. And now it looks like they're going to continue to do this. $2.54 trillion removed from people's pockets since the Liberation Day. I guess that was what he's liberating, is everybody's financial future. I guess. I don't know. I give up. Anyway, there's our Yeah, that's our open. So what I do is I set the gap low at the open, the gap high at the close, or the low of yesterday, I should say, not the close, the low. And if you wanna laugh, here's the micro composite. Here was the last time we had any kind of sense. There was tariff. Here's yesterday. Here's today. So yeah, all breaking our way, I guess. I've covered over on everything. I did most of the pre-market, the normal pre-market at 7. So tariff is the first to respond with 34% tariffs across the board on U.S. imports. China is the first. Did I say that? I don't even know what I said. I'm delirious. Well, let's see here now. We're gaps low. It's impossible for me to have a meaningful chart here and be able to show any, correlation to it earlier. So these are now on RTH. So that's where that's at. I'll be right back. So they're not finished yet, I guess. Non-farm was, in case you missed that one. No, you've got juice, so you know what the numbers are. Never mind. The unemployment rate is up. The hourly wages are down. And I don't think non-farm or private non-farm mean a hell of a lot in those cases. You take, I don't remember a time, I don't think there has been a time when so many thousands of people have been just canned, fired, whatever you want to call it. So I'm not sure how that's going to affect everything. One thing to be really careful about, though, Fed Chair Powell is speaking, and then after him is Vice Chair Barr, and then after him is Warren, or whatever his name is. Let's see if I can figure all that out here real quickly. Yeah, Chair Powell is at 10:25, then Barr at 11, and then Waller at 11:45. Which again, you've got in Juice or wherever you're catching your numbers. Oh, at 4X Factory. That's right. I forgot. Sorry. Yeah. Wow, they continue to sell her down. I don't know what I would expect. I guess the plan was to short the high and get out of the way. Which, by the way, is 72, 82, 92, 102, 30 points so far in 10 minutes. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, I guess that sell the high was the right idea. Of course, now is not the right idea. Our overnight low was at 52.10.75. And we're tagging through POCs and stuff right, left, and center. Oh boy. I had designs on taking a trade around non-farm or this morning, but I'm on my back foot now looking at this mess. I don't know what to do. And I love to short, as you probably understood. That's my go-to direction after a long time. It's not long-term profitable, but in the intraday swing, the market definitely goes down quicker usually than it goes up. The old, all those old expressions, it takes the stairs up and jumps out the window down, or takes the elevator, stairs up and elevator down, or whatever. Yeah, so that would have been just nice, 14 to 50, so 60 points right there. Boom, 65 points. Wow. In 14 minutes. Damn. That would have made my whole week, and I'd have been pretty happy about the whole deal. Now we're coming into the consolidation that came off the bottom, so be careful about that. It doesn't show as well over here. This Trader Tom, boy, he's shooting out posts right, left, and center. My phone's looks like a video game. 2.5 trillion dollars evaporated. What a screaming mess. Kind of wonder when people are going to wake up and go, well, wait a second. Why are we doing this? Or at least I wonder that. VPOC migration lower. My favorite. Maybe not. Certainly my most frustrating. Typically, you would say they'll trade up here to this VWAP and short it. Back down to here and on down. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Oop. Hope I didn't just hit the mic there. Sorry about that if I did. And there we go. Right through VWAP, right through mid, trading up here to the open, and perhaps a price check at aisle 3. That's the handy part about trading. You can make up a saying for whatever happens and sound like a wizard. Structured trade. And who possibly, well, I guess the reason it got there is it's a low volume node. Low volume, aligning low volume nodes. Oh yeah, I wanna forgot about that. I'm not sure if I'm doing this right. Pretty subdued market, actually. Now we're talking, it's important to remember that where did the damn mouse go? Going on here. It's important to remember this is a 15-point swing. So that's that's important. I mean, that's the deception of the scale for me anyway. So these highs up here where we tagged this out at 85 and down to 70, so that's 15 points to there and more. That would have been a pretty lovely short. But it is not exactly the wild and crazy volatility that was going on in London, apparently. Maybe they ran out of Coke or whatever they're doing over there. Somebody, hash crack pipe went out, or I don't know, whatever it is. I can't really say I would know what to do other than, I guess, this VPOC migration, but I've talked about that till I'm blue in the face. So it's so obvious, the setup, but what's the criteria? How do you do it? Well, context is down. It's aligned with context. Why did we quit right there? Just because of this liquidity, which wasn't there till we got here? Let's look backwards and see what happened. Look left. Well, there you go. We got right up here to where we opened, I guess. And the consolidation in the overnight. Yeah, we hit, that was a level several times in a row, right? Looking left is pretty important. So it's me going out and getting something to drink. I'll be right back. Well, we're back to that level again, huh? And down to this level. All right. Well, hmm. I've been having an interesting conversation with the guy, one of the TLab traders actually. He was DM'd me asking me questions about some stuff. Feeling pretty disappointed with where's a lot of things, but and I pointed out to him that he has a pretty good life. He was talking about feeling guilty about having to, spending money on these subscriptions and whatnot. And he's got a career and a wife and a family and a home and all this stuff. He's Canadian. So I pointed out to him that he had a hell of a lot going for him. But if he wants to continue exploring the concept of trading, scale down, manage his risk, that the most important thing he can do, or that any trader can do, is be able to trade tomorrow. Preserve your account. How do you do that? Well, in this market, the only way to do that is scale down. And if you're down like I am to a 2-lot, and you want to follow the risk neutral system as I do, my only option is micros, which will be next. I mean, I'm not losing money, but the last couple of trades I did were stops, and they can be just part of the random distribution, so you can't say that's the problem. But what I told him, that's what I told him is, try that and vet one trade, one setup, and only trade that. I think that's really the best advice for myself or anybody else. And I got to eat my own dog food, right? Yesterday, there was a fantastic trade that I have vetted that I didn't take. And that was the mid VWAP to VPOC, and it sold all the way down. Just last night, out of curiosity, I did a replay of that specific period of time. I might have captured that, actually. Let me see if I did. No, I didn't. Usually I make a screen grab of those things, but I didn't do that. That's pretty dumb. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, anyway. So, and I did take the trade with the signal that it gave me during the market. And then I just got out of the way. Now, granted, hindsight, I knew where the market went yesterday. Would I have traded this way in the real, in the live market? Probably not, but I knew the market sold way off. So I just kept moving the stop down, the target down, to see how far, to see what that trade would look like had I traded it that way. And this is certainly absolutely rearview mirror bullshit, but I was curious. And a 1-lot, well, it's a 2-lot, right? But you take the risk neutral scale at 12 ticks, which is 3 points. And then the rest of that 1-lot brought in about $5,200, just by moving the target down and trailing the stop along behind it at the swing highs. So this is pretty volatile, pretty crazy days. And it's what I told him, just vet one trade and actually do it. Panda, come on. What is wrong? You're not starving to death. I can tell by looking at you. The vet said we've got to take some weight off of them, and that's tough. And back to the conversation. So this morning he's decided he's going to hang it up and forward test a different strategy of investments or something. And it's like I told him, you got to, first of all, he approached it, I think he approached it, rationally. And now I don't know if he did, in fact, go through the work of vetting one setup and actually trading it or not. And I didn't ask him. I didn't want to, seem like I was just trying to be a sounding board for him. And he said he's going to quit that and forward test the money that he said he's spending $1,200 or $420 a month on subscriptions for day trading, and he just wasn't making him happy at all, feeling guilty. So he's going to forward test putting that into an investment and see where he ends up. So good for him. Good luck to him. Nice guy, apparently. But that's the thing you got to do is you've got to put in the work. Take one setup, vet it, meaning capture however the hell you do it. You can't do it in the live market. I mean, just stop and think about it. If you only let's say you're going to do the VPOC or the, well, it's in front of us, the VPOC migration. You could do that fairly easily, I guess, but one of the IB trades, IB continuation or IB failure. How many years would it take you to capture a statistically significant data set of that either one of those trades, with all things being constant, which is the key part? You've got to be doing it in alignment with context. So you've got to know, you got to start at the high time frame. There's got to be the same context. There's got to be the same stops. There's got to be the same targets. Otherwise, you're comparing apples and apples, which is bullshit. You got to capture a statistically significant data set of that setup and those exact criteria or that data, which validates the entry. And then you can determine mathematically, statistically, whether that's got an edge or not. And if it does so, you take every instance that presents itself in the live market. That's actually approaching trading as a business of statistics rather than gambling or, a video game. You have to realize that the market is random. The outcome of the very next trade is 50-50, i.e. predicting or trying, beating yourself up because you got stopped out is stupid. You had a 50-50 chance that was going to happen when you put the trade on. And that's a statistical fact. Another important statistical fact is past performance doesn't affect future results. That is, in fact, thinking that it does is the gambler's fallacy. Google it. Oh my God, there's been 15 reds in a row on roulette. The probability of red being the next one has got to be 20% or less. Bullshit, it's 50-50. 1,000 reds in a row doesn't mean the probability of the next spin being any different than 50-50. Actually, roulette is less than 50-50 because they added the zero, the green zero, and the green double zero, which reduced it from 50-50 to the skew of the house. But that's a different story. So you do the work, however, back test, play back. Hopefully you're a better coder than I am, and you can use, Quant Connect or one of those and actually backtest a setup and determine if it has a statistical edge or not. And the thing you got to be careful about in doing that is you have to have a large enough data set to incorporate or encompass or rule out a random string or distribution. In other words, you could have the most winning strategy in the world. And if you look back over 3 months and 10 losses in a row, you go, that's bullshit, and you throw that away. You could be throwing away the most profitable system in the world because it's very, very, very possible within the realm of random distribution that you'll have 10 of one outcome or the other or more. Think about flipping a coin. You could flip a coin 1,000 times and maybe have 20, 30, 40 heads in a row. Does that mean it's not 50-50? No, it doesn't mean that. It means that that was a random distribution of outcomes in that series. So there's a lot of dynamics that go into really doing the homework in the back. And what do we got going on now? Well, we tested the overnight volume point of control while I was busy talking, and I guess we're just doing a mean reversion here. This is a pretty sweet mean reversion trade. It's not really a mean reversion because it's not an outside edge. But stand by. All right, well, I got to go. Something happened with the kitchen sink leaking water underneath, so I got to go see what the hell's going on there. Good luck. And we sell off. Oh, great. Let me look around here and see if I can find my plumber's hat. Hang up my trading hat, put on my plumbing hat. All right, so plumbing crisis averted. Well, not averted, but fixed anyway. Still in pretty negative territory if you're trading. Anybody trading a prop for money account anywhere, we're at 3.59 negative on the well, roughly 3.61 or 3.62 depending on micros or minis, and the ES, and the same as well on the NASDAQ. So they're all selling off the same. Mm-hmm. The 2nd of February, 2024, this was an MVPOC. Oh, yeah. Okay, what are we going to do now? Going to trade her up through the developing value area low. And again, remember, this is 25 and this is 42. To get these in some kind of scale that makes sense to me is pretty near impossible. Now it's volatility city, right? When you get to scale like this. Nice off the 25s down there. Well, damn. Damn, Sam. Maybe a little fresh pineapple will change my outlook on life here. Wow, look at it go. These are FOMO-rich environments, obviously. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Antonio. Well, there's a W and higher lows and higher highs, and I have no clue if that makes any difference as we continue to sell off. Just want one good goddamn Friday again. How the hell my wife picks fruit, but it's just amazing. Whatever she buys is out of this world. And I go with her to the market, I watch her do it, but I don't know what she does. It's damn good, whatever it is. Whatever she picks, strawberries, pineapple, mangoes. Pomelos have been kind of weird lately. They've been sort of dry, but that's not her. She figured out if she picks them up and they feel real light, the joke we have is nobody's home. And what are we doing now? Down here, booping our head on the lows again. Assuming that VPOC, that developing value area low was a good place to bump our heads, and now have we taken it out? No, we just did it IB 30. So we all know what the IB is. It's the statistic of the high or low of the first 1 hour, which sets at 930. Over 97% in all open types that the IB high or low is taken out by price in the remainder of the trading session. And here comes 930. Damn, look at that. As if the overnight sell-off wasn't enough. Now they're going to get down under 52. Remind you that we were at 67 here the other day. I think, wasn't it? Oh, 62 half. This really sucks. I'm tired of this volume. I'm tired of this crap not working. Wow. Some pretty quick stuff going on there. I think technically we did take out, yes, we did, the IB statistic right there at the split second. Wow. So that part's done, I guess. Whatever the hell that means. I guess what that means is now are we looking for an IB continuation or an IB failure? Under the circumstances, I would suppose continuation to be on the books, considering we've been selling off since 4 in the morning. And the overnight low is below us. So that's a real good opportunity to take that short. I don't know that I can get in this thing. It's so fast. I can't even get my mouse underneath of it quick enough to click. Pretty light book. There's that overnight low I was worrying about. I couldn't get underneath of that far enough. I guess I should have just used the keyboard. I'm trying to get this mouse story figured out. Look at that. This is saying that that's the POC, but Bookmap isn't agreeing about that. Wow. And we just continue to sell, sell, sell. This is saying 5270 is the POC. Wow. More. The hell? These are some pretty volatile spikes here, and I guess in hindsight, that's where you try to hit into it. You know, and that's 23 to 10, so 13 points. I guess. I don't know. I don't know what to do, actually. I may just go to bed. It's definitely interesting. What's this consolidation all about? There's a sweep, which would be considered a reversal. So there's a breakout, retest, breakout, retest. Which way does that mean it's going to go, up or down? I'm guessing down. Looks like I'm guessing right. They're going to get under 52s here pretty quick. There's a naked volume point of control down here from February 1st, 24. That's pretty exciting. One entire year of trading gone. This thing can't even keep up with getting the lows in place. IRT can't anyway. Another sweep. Look at this shit. Wow, a series of those things, huh? I don't even see I don't see Bookmap keeping up with the POC even, or which is which. I don't know. Got a ledge down here now, right under this POC, which is always hangs me up. I never know which way to play them, or anticipate that they're going to move. I would say down, but what do I know? Well, I guess I was right in that regard. Jesus Christ. This is slippage country big time too. If you're trading a live or a brokerage account, this price is moving quick. Fast markets. Look at that shit. POC's still not gotten down here. I don't even see it. Wow. It's still up here at 71. Oh, something's mega off. Oh, there we go. Just now migrated. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And it still hasn't migrated on this TopStep thing. Trading view, whatever it is. Well, the POC is outside of the IB, and we've tested it twice. That's been a good one both times. And now here we are down at the lows again, and the developing value area is right at the low. Into the 51s we go. I must be so proud. Hope this doesn't bother anybody's golf game today. Well, they just can't seem to get enough of this. Where would that be going, do you suppose? Come on, man. IRT cannot keep up. It's running an 8, 9. Now it's down to 4. Lag. Bookmap isn't doing a hell of a lot better, I don't think. This just migrated, and it had been down here for a long time. Look at that. 12 points. And the second you short this, it's going to turn around and go straight up here. Or, that's my feeling. I guess that's just short selling. I don't think it could be considered any kind of long liquidation. I don't think any longs left. Don't go back that far, I don't think. Oh, yeah, I do get down there. That's as far back as I've got this plotting. It's back to February of 24. And actually that VPOC that I had up there was actually tagged out right here, and I didn't have that correct. mean, okay. Market goes up to go down and goes down to go up, I guess, is you want to believe Tomism. Man, I'm just at the point of throw on a short and go take a nap. Doesn't seem to be able to do anything but go down. I just said, oh, now we're in the 51s, and now it's down to 51.60. Wow. There's the puppy paws, the big double zero here. A century figure, 52s. 56 was the big one 2 days ago. At some point, the seller's got to start taking profit, I would think. Yeah, I know. I had the same thing. My, 51. No, I didn't have that one. Because well, here you go. I think I was just showing it a minute ago. I only go back to, well, let's go back some more. I go back, what is that? 300 days. Okay, we'll go 400 then. There you go. Now, this is the way I've drawn them, and that's the big difference. There's 51.23. 51.24 half actually is what this was. I don't have a, what'd you say he had? 51.25. Well, okay, call me a liar for 50 cents. Yeah, there you go. And these are all naked volume points of control. All these red guys. Oh, no, they're not. I'm sorry. That's a different chart. Yeah. Well. And up we go. This crosshair shit really screws up a lot of stuff. Because it wants to recalculate every place it goes. And that's balling me up here, I think. I think I've got it turned off everywhere else. There you go. No? Yep. All right. Well, I don't know what to do. Short this now? We're back up here to the... Back up here. Short it. If you want it to go through the highs, I'll take a short right here for you. Put on. That's what we ought to do. It's just you start trading each one take a trade the other direction and split the money on the weekend. That's a hedge, right? But that's not exactly how they work. Discord, some goombas over there saying something. Well, we have no, we don't have. We have double body bottom and then a selling wick. And then now we're getting essentially a 3-bar reversal pattern on the 5-minute. Yeah, I said short and you didn't say yes. What's the matter with you? Oh, there we go. Looky there. So the 3-bar reversal, which is stuff I don't really ever look at, but I'm starting to think less is more, you know? I'm getting to the point where all this, I'm about ready to, let's go back to a 5-minute bar chart and there you go. I don't think you said you had Bookmap, right, Antonio? Or you have Bookmap but not IRT? Yeah, and you use, yeah, never mind. I sometimes wonder if it's, if this stuff really I mean, I think all the levels and stuff are good. I don't pay much attention to the liquidity because it's typically bullshit in this tracking algorithm. The reason I don't use the TM Lite story, I had to change all of my levels here to push for that. And then I discovered after I had done that the micro or the multi brackets don't work or didn't when I tried it. Maybe they're fixed now. I don't know. I don't really pay much attention to this. If there's a liquidity event like this one, now that's real liquidity. That was sitting in there from 54 to right here and it traded out. Well, that's real. This crap, I don't think so. Oh, well, there you go. So you're saving yourself about $400 a month. I think I said this before, but one of the most pleasant and consistently successful experiences I had trading over these years was with Tradebait back before when it was still just Tradebait. And I was trading futures with it. Worked like $1 million. Easy to use, easy to see. Wrinkles work great. Volume profile works fine. All that stuff. And I think I said this yesterday or day before. I've started listening to TopStep TV sometimes because it fills the void, and I try to listen to something to fall asleep every night. The slow markets with Dakota. Those guys they don't use anything. They don't use volume. They don't use anything. They use technical indicators, bar patterns, and the guy made $500,000 with TopStep last year, paid out. And he's a TopStep guy. He's not, an internet, what do you call it, influencer guy. He's one of the people, they call him coaches over there, which is kind of, I don't like the sports analogy, but that's just me. It's Coach Dakota and Coach Jay and all these different guys. Jay's got a common sense. Seems like got a good approach. He does look at volume, but he doesn't trade volume profile at all. They have a volume. The bars down here at the bottom, like these guys down here. And they're making money, And they're not paying for really any additional stuff, I don't think. And I don't mind paying for it. I used to use the example, well, if you don't make $300 in a month, then you shouldn't be using it, and maybe you shouldn't be trading. And I've been falling into that camp lately, and that's not good. So here we are, and here's an IB mid to VWAP. Yesterday, that was the best setup of the day, but it wasn't based on a catastrophic sell-off. I wish I could show you that other thing. Is it Sierra charts you use, Antonio? Or what do you call the thing with IR interactive brokers? I forget the name of it. I used that long, long ago when I first started trading, 99. Yeah, there you go. That's right. I'm sorry you told me that the other day, and it's like, I don't remember what I had for breakfast, so that's a function of getting old, but it beats the hell out of the alternative. Well, you'd like the TopStep X then, because it is a trading view thing. It's a white label trading view deal, so you know all about it, probably a hell of a lot better than I do, obviously. That might be something to think about too. Grab yourself a TopStep combine, 50K combine for like $20 or something like that a month, and if you hit the profit target and get into the XFA, you can actually trade it and withdraw money. So it's not like just sim, And then every time you take a payout, put it in your interactive broker account, maybe. Well, here they go. Bing, bang, boom, up to the, up to somewhere. To the moon, Alice. That's where they're going, to the moon. Jackie Gleason, those honeymooners, boy, those were funny. Art Carney was by far the star of that show. much to Jackie Gleason's chagrin, I'm sure. Can you actually trade off of TradingView? I think you can. I think there's some people, Furs or somebody, I think does that. And maybe who knows how many others in the TLab, but I think you can. I'm not sure what the data is, whether it's NBO, and I think it might be CQG data, I think. And I'm not so sure how all this MBO data, I like the stops and stuff on Bookmap, but I don't know. I don't know whether you can see that stuff in TradingView or not. I would suppose that by now all the other data providers have gotten on board with that. I think I asked Ned at one point about that, and they said, yeah, definitely. Yeah. Definitely it was MBO data too, also. I don't know. Oh, that's pretty cool. No, TopStep absolutely does not have intraday drawdowns at all. It's end of day. It's real simple. The profit target is $3,000. The drawdown, the daily drawdown limit is $1,000. This is on a 50,000 K, what they call a 50K account, $50,000 account, which of course is not. But anyway, and that's calculated at the end of the day, like normal, like real. And then there's an overall blow your account up drawdown, which is $2,000. The only rule that they've put in lately, which is a little bit weird to me, is what they call consistency. I know why they did it, but you can't make more than 50%. You're not supposed to make more than 50% of your profit target on one day. So if it's a $3,000 account, you're not supposed to make more than $1,500 in a day. And the reason they were doing that was people were doing that trick that I think I actually talked about in the stream, because it's something I had thought of long years ago, but was not available until recently. And that's where you got to, like non-farm, like today, you put a bracket order, a resting order above and below where the market is, what is the number comes out, and your profit target is at the whatever profit is required to pass the combine. And a huge percentage of the time, you'll hit that target. Now, the thing where TopStep prevented a lot of that was they had the intraday drawdown of $1,000, and sometimes you would have a fluctuation on the number, but a lot of people were doing that kind of thing. So they changed it to this thing they call a consistency rule, but they don't have any of that other crazy crap. And it's the first company that started the whole prop thing back in 2013, 14. That's what I know about them. I mean, I think I took in the old days, it used to really be crazy. It was a two-step process. You had to get to $3,000 the first time. And then you had to do it a second step. And in the second step, they had a scaling plan, which means that on a 50K, you could trade only 2 lots for the first, I don't think, up to $1,500, and then 3 or something lots from 1,500 to 2,000, and then you had the full package that is allowed for a 50K account is 5 lots, minis, and that's all gone away. It's just one step. But anyway, they just had the record payout the other night. Dakota said something about it a couple of nights ago. $440-some thousand payout to a guy. And he's taken several before, but this is the largest one they had done, and no problems. He submitted a request for that, and they sent him the money. That'd be pretty sweet, huh? Take a $500,000 payout. Now, one thing about the since you are familiar with TradingView, the TopStep X thing would probably suit you right down to the ground. If I want to use it for Bookmap and IRT, then I have to use the rhythmic thing, and I pay the extra $40 to that, and then that's how that works. But with the TopStep X thing, which is the web app white labeled TradingView, then it's you don't need to do any of that. And I don't think there's any commissions on that either. Until you're live, right? Then, once you're live, you sign all the paperwork with the CME and you're a live funded trader. But in the XFAs, which are the express funded account, you can take payouts and, do all of that stuff. And actually, they have something new that they've been doing lately, I noticed. I'm hearing all this crap because I listen to TopStep TV now, rather than just some random bullshit on YouTube. Once you are in the express funded account and you have taken 5 payouts, you are automatically put in live. You may be called up to live before that, but that's the limit. 5 payouts and you go to a live account, apparently, like it or not. Which why would that be wrong? Isn't that the goal? Isn't that the point? But some people were bitching about it, But you can get on YouTube and check it out, or go to TopStep TV, or just look at their their FAQs or whatever you call them. The one thing about it is it's not a scam. They've been around. It's regulated. They have a big office in Chicago. Serious people that have been around a while, going on, 12, 14 years now. Yeah. For me, I think it's a way to go, because it's the worst you can do is blow up an account. And what does that cost you? The amount of combines you paid them. And the option is you can, and it's a 90-10 split also. Once you fund it, or even when you take the, and I think you can take up to the first 10K, 100%. You can check it out. Go look, That's the best thing to do. Don't listen to me. I sound like a salesman, right? Use my code. And there's 100K and there's 150K, and they all have various amount of contracts you can trade and draw down and all that kind of stuff. But the 50 seems like it's probably the most common, and it's the one I've tried 2 or 3 times. I was funded with it one time, just when we moved, actually, and I didn't trade. There is some sort of a frequency, and whether this rule still applies or not, I don't know, because this has been a few years ago. I didn't trade the amount of, and it's not crazy. It's like 1 trade a week or something like that, and it can even be a micro, I hadn't done anything because all of our shit was floating around on the ocean at the end of COVID, and I didn't want to go buy new computers and whatever else just to do that. And so I lost the account. They closed it, but I was funded there once or twice. Not funded to a live account, XFA, you know what I'm saying? Where I was still, and the XFAs are still SIM, but you're paid real dollars. And some of these outfits have a big requirement for taking payments also. With one of the newer rules that TopStep has put in on the XFAs is you have to have 5 profitable days of $200 a day to request a payment. Well, that's $1,000 in that XFA. That doesn't seem unreasonable to me. I mean, I guess they probably don't want to have a bunch of these guys, the Reddit kids that are want a $50 payout or something like that, I suppose. I don't know. Plus, you don't want to put your balance in jeopardy, right? Your loss limit, and your loss limit goes up to the minimum, which I think is 50, and then it never trails any higher. So if you get 60,000, you've got a $10,000 loss limit. Yeah, I'm sure that's how it works. You start out with a 50K account, and there's a $2,000 or $48,000 blows your account up, if you get to that. And it trails up daily with your profit until you get to 50,000, till it reaches 50,000. And then however much higher than that you go, that doesn't go any higher. And the daily loss limit is calculated on the end of day. None of this unrealized profit bullshit like Atlas or whatever they're called, Apex. I think that's the most crazy thing. Why anybody would get involved with one of those is nuts. I don't like the consistency rule, because it seems to me to be a kind of contrary to trading, like especially in these markets. Like I said yesterday, I put that short on just to play with it, to see what happened last night. $5,000. Well, that would have been no good. You can do that, and the money is recognized, no problem. But it extends the amount of money you have to make to reach the XFA by the difference over 5,000. For example, if you need, your profit target is $3,000, you're not supposed to make more than $1,500 a day. So you could conceivably pass the combine to an XFA in 2 days. Okay, let's say the second day you make $3,000. Now that's $1,500 takes you to $3,000 plus an extra 15. Now you're at $4,500. So you've got to trade to up that much more to get to the XFA because you overshot the 1,500. If you see what I mean. I don't know. I probably didn't explain that right. I'm gonna stop talking about it. You go figure it out for yourself. You're a lot smarter than I am, and I think it's other people's money, man. You're using other people's money. So, and what's the risk reward? $25 or $50 a month? And in your case, where you're not having to buy data and do this rhythmic bullshit and all of that noise, that's the only expense. Poof. But again, check it out. I need to, dude. Yeah, that's what I want to do. You just tell all your buddies to come over here and log in, and I'll let you know when I get my first advertising check. Yeah, I mean, of course, wouldn't you? Anybody would do that. I would, certainly. If I had 1,000, what do you call them, subscribers here, and YouTube wanted to give me $500 a month because of something, of course. But that's certainly not the goal. And it seems to be the goal with a lot of guys, as we've talked about before. Well, this market is just up and down and all around, and there you go. Okay, so now we're at the, wait a minute, yeah. And another VPOC migration here I think I missed. Doing my influencer shtick. Come on, man, get up there. All right. This thing is playing hard to get, and that's making me mad. So there's our, I guess that's where we are still. Now this thing up here I have with the trading view deal is completely different. It does not have that POC up there. It's got the POC right here at 28. So I wonder what it really is. I wonder what it is. IRT is down here. What is your trading view? Do you have a RTH POC? Because the one I have set up with this volume profile I got rigged up on the TopStep X thing is showing a POC up here at 28. Or no, what is it? 58, I guess it is. 68. Yeah, 68 right here. And IRT is still way down here in the corn patch at 5210. And IRT is in this last market this week, it's been in a continual lag all day, which is extremely disappointing. And now the NASDAQ is all funky. I'm not having any fun. The way prices waffling around up there, it would seem to me that it was the spot that, or the POC is, but I question that over here. And I also, you see, another thing that you have to pay for. I have to pay both Bookmap and IRT for the access to the DTN historical data for the downloads. So when I do the download all here, you see this DTN historical download in progress. And I have to pay Bookmap for that every month too, so that it loads Bookmap with historical data. And $40 for the MBO data, and whatever it is, 150 or 200, something like that for the platform itself. Yeah, it's expensive. Certainly not if you're making. Oh, okay, that's where mine is too. Well, I'm looking at the MES, and it is up on the trading view thing, and it's up at that same level. But the ES, let's see what it is on wherever this thing's called, IRT. Let's see what the MES looks like. Now download in progress. So now it's going to have a big drama. Okay. Where did we go? Here we are. And it hasn't uploaded, so I'm not going to do another one because it's still trying. You see these up and down blurb here. That's a sure sign to me that there's an issue with the data. It needs to be refreshed. And it's busy thinking about something now. It's busy thinking about something over here now. Notice the lag is still cooking up here at the top. Yeah, anyway. Oh, wow, sell off. To the VWAP. To a VWAP, anyway. Well, on the micro, this would be a VWAP to VPOC setup, even though we've been stalling along up there. But now with the questioning where the POC is on the minis, I find it hard to believe that the POC could be down at 52.10 on the minis and 52.60 on the micros. That seems kind of weird, doesn't it? Oh, I didn't know you paid for data on. What is it, level 2 data that you pay for on TV? I guess I got to look into it. Yeah, now it can't figure out what to do with itself. 37 millisecond delay. So IRT is at this moment is useless. Pretty much, to me. And here we're coming down to what looks like the POC. VWAP mid, VPOC. Below IB. Value area low. All of that seems to be pretty much correct with the Hello. What are you singing about there, little girl? Okay, how much? Yeah, it's the CME. How much does it cost for the future data? And is it level 2? In other words, you have the book. I think that's something I heard somebody mention in the TopStep TV thing too. Was if you want the level 2, or so you get the depth in the book on the domes, it's extra. I'd never was, if entirely possible I dreamed that, but for example, when I watch the Dakota thing, that after slow markets, or Jay thing, he's got it at the buzzer where he does an analysis of the day. When I see their dome, they've got all the level 2 data there. And on this TV thing I've got for TopStep, the TopStep X is just inside bid and ask. There's no depth. So sure it's correct. Well, IRT tries to sort itself out here. I will forget it, I guess. Well, it looks like we had a VPOC migration there, I guess. On Bookmap we did anyway. And did we somewhere else? No. We didn't on either the TV or the IRT. All right, I'm being called to the other side of the house, so I hope something else didn't break. All right, so I'm just going to stand here till the breakfast coma kicks in, and I'll try to make it to bed without hurting myself. Let's see now what's going on somewhere. Well, we're mid. The mid VPOC didn't work out very well. Oh, the POC finally did move down on both the TopStep thing and here on. But it never moved at all. Oh, that's correct. Okay. Boy, this is frustrating. Of course, we're at 1.98 million shares trading through, and we're only at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock in the morning. That's huge volume. I guess that's what the deal is. Well, I'm not going to walk in cold as per my plan. Love to short it, but this is a breakout. What are you going to do? Who are you going to call? Fuzzbusters. And be sure you remember that, notice that this is 10 points across here. That's pretty incredible. $10 points down to here. The IB low. Are we going to have a failure or not? Oh, my ears are ringing and everything else. I think I'm not going to do this. I am going to be prudent. Well, we'll see if that works out. I'm sick and tired of standing here. What happened here?
Order submitted. Order submitted.
How did I get stopped and it didn't even get there?
Order submitted.
Wow. That's pretty disappointing. To the tick and up. Wow. Is that right? Yeah. Wow. Well, that's pretty disappointing right there. So that's my excursion into the market today. I don't even see that it traded there. That's pretty random. Oh yeah, right there. One trade. Look at that. Ha! Jesus Christ, how could you be so unlucky? Exactly. Well, no, I'm sorry. 8. 8 contracts traded right there. Well, that's just pretty darn disappointing there. And here's another VPOC migration up, which I'm not going to try to do. That was late, but I was looking at this one of these upper charts here, and I thought it was going to happen. That stopped out so fast, I didn't even see it. That's incredible. That is pretty incredible. And down we go. Well, the mouse thingy worked out okay, I guess. Trading with a mouse worked, I guess. Might as well try micros. What the hell's the difference? All right, now let's see what we got to do to set this mess up over here. Both. Okay, micros, we're trading what? 4 lot? Let's go with a 2 lot. And a wider target, maybe? Right now, we're just trading on top of itself. That's no fun. What the hell did that happen? Why did that do that? I just middle mouse clicked my over on Bookmap and it shut down IRT. Well, that sucks. Well, that's pretty fun. Would have been long right there. Well, everything's going pretty screwy here today. I don't know why, but everything seems to be upside down. So one trade for an instant stop out. That is not indicative of a good job. That's for damn sure. I don't even see the trade. Huh. Next is going to be the NQ if I'm not careful here. I'm going to get mad. The hell is that? What is that? Hi, Panda. Oh, we gotta go get in bed with Mom. Yeah. Because running after that.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Try these minis here with a 4-lot and see what happens. So far, so good. There's the problem. There's the problem, though. It only makes a little money. Looking at all this liquidity down here makes me a little leery we'll get down there again. May want to bring this up just above the liquidity. I'm not sure what's so important about. Oh yeah, 51.5. Okay. And there they are. Well, I guess that's better than a poke in the eye. Maybe. That was not even really one of my setups, but at least I did that. That's kind of nice. So one mini short, one mini long, I'm sorry, stop, and then one micro shorts, 4 lot short. Well, I should have, I guess, kept going there. Huh? I had a thought about doing that. Holding down to the, moving it out to the low of the day. Would have been another 6 or 7 handles. But hey, it played out exactly like I set it up to do. So what can I say? Double bottom, almost to the tick, I think. Had a 3-bar reversal right up. Oh, I'm looking at a different chart. Sorry about that. My, look at it go. I should have done that. I'd be doing really well. Of course, what I should have done was taken that on the minis. I should have done that. I guess just kept moving this down. I'd be in another, I'd be up another $100. Wow, wow, wow. That's pretty amazing. Man, it's traded double my profit here. Whew. Mm-hmm. Well, let's see now. Jesus, look at that. So that's at least 10, 48. That's 40 more handles. 40 more handles across there. I'm not used to that kind of movement. This is the micro too, by the way. The only thing I would wonder is if we're going to have any kind of short covering, off this bottom. Maybe I don't have to wonder about that too much longer. Maybe it's already starting. I'll carry it. All right, so what do we got going on now? I'm changing this Renko down to a 12 tick. Darn. So this, why is it doing that? I thought I had that off. 12 and the Renko down to a 12 tick here so I can kind of see what's going on. There's that low before. These little consolidation areas here. Maybe that's better. Can at least see the damn thing. I've changed this to 24 ticks now. It's so far out of the range you can't even see the any of the other profiles because of today. We're so far down here. Well, that's I feel a little better about that. I'd like to get. I wish I could have thought ahead, and I did consider moving this target down, and then trying to trade management trade managed behind it to see what I could get out of it. Let the winner run. But I thought better about that and just figured I'd let this trade play out as set, following the principle that you don't get more intelligent after the trade is on. You know? In fact, you typically get the other way. You typically get more on tilt after the trade is on. And we're going to be in that power hour here pretty quick. What do you suppose will happen here now? Will they... Will they squeeze them and take some profit off? Or continue on? If you want to believe the 12-to-1 statistic, if it's an unbalanced market, you get a 12-to-1 statistic and it'll typically go in that direction. I was just noticing this upper chart I have, which I can't share, unfortunately. Looks like a pretty balanced profile when certainly doesn't look that way over here. Does it? I guess in a way it does. A couple of different distributions here. Not particularly a completely runaway trend, but what have we got here? We got a 12. Never mind. 200 points. 200 points. Jesus. That's, and I'm happy to have gotten a few out of it, but isn't that amazing? Just short the damn thing at the high and take your stop off and let her go. Once again, that rear view mirror is really easy to trade. That is pretty incredible. We got to be bumping up on. Oh yeah, we're we're at circuit breakers across the board on the micro here. As far as if you were trading if you're trading an evaluation or a prop account, typically they want you 2 percentage points out before the circuit breaker, and here we are at 559, 559, 568. Those are all 5 points is the circuit breaker. The circuit breaker on AS and NQ is 7 points. So same story over here. So if you're in a live account or a funded account, or I don't know, and I think an XFA, if it's a case of like TopStep, you have to liquidate immediately when these hit 5%, or they'll do it for you, and then you're probably going to get a nasty letter or whatever. I don't know whether they throw you out of the club or what they do, but it's all within 2% of a circuit breaker, and this is 1.5% now across the board here. I'm assuming that we are in the power hour. Yes, we are. By a few minutes. And it's so amazing to see these levels and not be, this is 40, 20, this is 22 and 23 handles here in this little jump. That's 10. There's 10 right there. That's that is the bracket. 1, 2. Look at my shoe. 3 of them, lots of them. So that's pretty crazy. Hard for me to get my head around this whole thing, and I refuse to look at my 401k. I don't want to be suicidal, especially now. 40 handles. It's like the NQ, only on crack or something. It's amazing. I wonder if it's I wonder if that's, well, let's see what's going on over there. So that same move over here is from 522 to 676. So that's 150 handles. I actually traded the NQ in crude oil was where my first futures. I got into the ES only back when I got back over here and bumped into the TLab and Rod and those guys who trade pretty much the ES. That's why I started doing that, to just follow along, and posts, levels, all that stuff are the same, so it was just easier. I'm kind of puzzled by the fact that, well, I guess I'm going to say that the POC hasn't moved, but that can't be right. I'm looking here at this NQ chart, wherever my mouse went. There we go. This can't be correct. Boy, I tell you, this is really frustrating. This can't be right. This is not more volume than here. Or there's an anomaly there I don't understand. Now, this is the full session. This is the regular NQ. It's not the NQ. This is the MES, right? Guess I need to start plotting an micro NQ also, I guess. That doesn't look right. Here's our volumes out here, and here's the volume back here, but yet the POC is down here. Can that be true? That doesn't seem possible, does it? Unless I'm really crazy, that cannot be true. I'm gonna have to put that instrument in the system here. That can't be right. Oh, we're getting a big squeeze going on here. There's 30 handles. Yeah, so we had a little, did one mini trade, short stopped, long stopped, and one 4-lot micro trade to the targets. This is some pretty crazy price action here. I do remember trading crude when it went below zero, so there's that. No, I wasn't in a trade, but I had been trading crude, and that happened in those days. I'd be afraid of a squeeze here or some sort of a closing swing extravaganza. I will probably just watch this thing close out. I'd like to put another trade on or two and get that, you've always got that, get rid of that stop in the back of your mind, get evened up, right? Get back green. But that's not necessarily, that is not necessarily the right thing to think or do. Well, it's going to break one way or the other. There we go. I would guess down, but who the hell knows? 52 to 46, 52 to 45. Look at that. Just that short break right there, as there's 10 handles from there. Wow. That's pretty incredible. Kind of breathtaking. This would definitely be a consolidation, but I don't see any breakout and retest, From there to there is an entry to a stop or the first scale. That's pretty, pretty tight. About a perfect wick test there. This is one candle essentially. And so there would be there's the open, the body of the candle. Right there. I think you can do, wait a minute. You can do candlesticks or something on this thing somewhere. There you go. I don't have any freaking clue what those are. But there you are. What would that be? Something's crazy there. Look at this. The bodies are, well, I guess that's exactly right. The close and the open, the close and the open. Vice versa, the open and close and open and close. So this is one time frame and down. This is one time frame and up. One time frame and up again. I don't think I've ever turned those on before. That's pretty funny. I don't know what the hell you do with them or what you would think about that. I wonder what happens if you, let's see here. So right now these are 18. Oh, that's what it is. No. I was going to say they're based on the time frames down here. So this would be 2 minutes. So that must be 1 minute. What happens if you go like that? I don't understand. Oh, well. What else they got over here? Strength level, volume bars, VWAP, which I have somewhere else. We got 3 crows on the fence there, or whatever that old candlestick thing is. Now they're going to squeeze them. Look at the volume heading in here. Yeah, they got a short squeeze going now. They're going to get some money. They're going to make some money. Show me the money, honey. And this is real volatile, and I will certainly not push my luck here. These gold bars are where you see red lines down here. That means that it's aggregating data. Maybe it tells you somewhere. I don't know. It says so down. It tells you down here. If you go like this or something, watch down here. I can turn these red by winding this up or down. There you go. And it'll put a yellow, and it just plotted a gold line there. And it's saying a bunch of crap up there to the left too. Wow, look at that volatility. Oof. Oofty doofty. They are having their way with it now, eh? Developing value area high. Low. Excuse me. What is this? 5166. That makes no sense. Look at this swing. Back up. Now over here, where is it? Here we are. There's nothing here. The only swing you see is up here. This certainly didn't get up there. Oh, wait, what is that? 1423. Boy, this thing has a hard time calculating. Look how that jerks around. That's really screwed up. Should be smooth like butter. 14, 17. That makes no sense to me. I think that's pretty weird. That there are levels here that I'm not seeing over here. Oh, it's now one thing about it is I've now got it on a 24 tick Renko, right? So there would be there's got to be 24 ticks happen before the next one prints. Oh. Oof, look at that. We get the same action on the regular one here, I'm assuming. Make sure I remember where I am there. Make sure I remember. Well, there's the corner. Look at that. Jesus. That's some pretty crazy stuff there. How are you going to get on? How are you going to, how are you going to manage your risk there? Better be on the right side of it or there's no hope. That's 30 seconds. You can't get it. Well, look at that. 25 handles, boom, boom, just like the blink of an eye. Now I got the yawns going on here. When you look at it on this chart up above up here, it doesn't look near as exciting. It looks a lot more manageable, to be honest about it. I wonder if I can recreate that over here in La La Land. Yeah, that's okay. So here's a 5 minute. Here's a 5 minute, plain old straight up bar chart. Boom, 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 boom. A lot more methodical looking, isn't it? Just a straight up 5 minute candlestick chart. That's delta. This thing up here is delta, and there's an ATR down at the bottom. I don't normally ever have visible. It looks a lot more, looks a lot easier to follow than this, doesn't it? Well, I guess if you get it wound in tight enough, it looks pretty much the same. Yeah, I guess that's the problem. Perspective. And they got the squeeze going on now, I guess. Huh? They're taking some profit back. Two gaps above us. No, absolutely no inclination of wanting to close them. That's 80 points off the bottom. 80 points off this low over here. 8-0. Wow. That's pretty awe-inspiring. Oh, look at that. BPOC migration. Huh. Go figure. I think I had the mic muted. That's a 15. Well, now it's a 6 millisecond lag on IRT, but there's no VPOC migration yet. And now comes the migration of the full session. So they're both lined up here at 80. Ooh, VPOC migration. See, I could have taken that short. Yeah. I'm sorry I ever heard of that. I ever heard of that thing, actually. Well, we're approaching, yes, we are. We're approaching the MOCs. That ought to be, there we go. Now, finally, IRT migrated. So there we go. Everybody's, well, everybody's aligned now. And here we are at the bottom now, ladies and gentlemen. That would have been another 20 points. Jesus, criminy Christ. I should just start throwing them on, I guess. I don't know. I'm not used to that. I can tell you there was a time when I used to trade the hell out of things, and it didn't work out. Didn't have a happy ending, I'll tell you that much. 100 trades a day. I guess that's why I'm perhaps overconscious of being methodical and process driven. I guess. What a day. 6 minutes for that world famous. So there we got minute bars now, the grid lines. Ooh, another. Oh, it's finally, now it caught up. It missed this one, but it got down here. Both of them are on IRT. Both migrations are on IRT, but the flag missed getting sent. IRT updates that In this case, it's exporting every 60 seconds. So it could be, there could easily be a difference in from here to here, you know, just depending on 60 seconds. Where 60 seconds lays. And then there's an added complication with Bookmap because the most granular refresh time I can put here on the flags is 1 minute. So if you got the worst case scenario, you could have these flags 2 minutes behind. I mean, like that's going to be a big deal, but you know. Okay, look at them go. Right up to this high, this volume area, and this liquidity that was laying here, and that would have been probably a likely suspect to just hit a short fast. And then obviously it would have worked out miraculously for 15 to 20 handles. But that's just kind of in outer space. It's not really a look at the damn thing go. Now we're not near the lows yet, but you know, sellers are trying to get some more out of it. Wow, wouldn't that have been lovely? With a 4 lot and minis. Unfortunately not. Jesus Christ, look at it go. That is definitely a bad situation for this country and globally. This guy, somebody's got to do something about this guy. He is not well. Holy crap. 40 handles. Jumping, Jesus. In the ES. In 1, 2, 3 minutes. Less than 3 minutes. My. How about the volume? Let's see here. Well, don't forget, of course, that we're way in the breaker country. We're over 5% down in all 3 of the tracked instruments that I have here. And we are way up in volume. Look at that. 3.05 million. Typically, we're around 1.8, 1.9. Wow. No wonder this thing is choking. Huh. Damn it. Going on here? IRT's falling over, I think. All right, we'll stop looking at that. Do something there. I don't know what. I can't get back over here, I guess. I can't even switch. There we go. Okay, I got the monitor switched back now, and IRT's jammed up. Wow. Jesus, look at that thing go. Wonder if IRT's come back to life. Not responding. I'm sure glad I did that. Maybe not. Jesus, Christopher Christ. Going to be 100. Going to drop off 100 handles here if they're not careful. Two major selling candles to the lows, and we've already had the. This was the market on. God damn it! I'm getting sick of this. This was the market on close orders. Everything's jammed up here. My computer's supposed to be, more incapable of doing all of this, but it seems to be having a big trouble. I'm wondering if maybe there's, I don't know what I'm wondering something. I'm wondering something, that's for sure. I tell you one thing, I wish I'd have got a Threadripper and I don't think this Intel i9 is up to the task. Doesn't seem like. It doesn't seem like. It's apparently just completely toast. Well, IRT has decided to completely fall over here, so it's just gonna be toast. Close the program. Piece of crap. Well, that's irritating. That's pretty darned irritating. See if it can come back to life and straighten itself out. 55. Well, they're going to finish on the lows, it looks like. That's sending a signal. They didn't even take profit. They've just swung it up and swung it back down in a series of steps down and are not even thinking about taking any profit or any kind of a rally. That's pretty amazing. And now IRT is busy being stupid. There we go. Start data in my ass. Well, it's importing now. Let's see what's got going on here. Wow, what a pain in the butt. Look at that. Look at this, right down at the lows. New low of the day. Close into the close on Friday. Well, that orange guy has got to be real proud of himself. He doesn't know this, of course, because he's taken the weekend off to go golfing, to go to a golf tournament at one of his own golf courses where he charges the U.S. government to hold those and to the, provide all the amenities and chase carts and everything for the security detail. He spent $10 million at his own golf courses golfing in the first month and a half he took office. Think about that. And we've got a guy going around eliminating government waste by firing people and taking Social Security checks away, cutting out underprivileged children's hot meal program at school. And this screaming idiot leader is spending $10 million. This is for golf carts for the security people. And of course, they charge triple and quadruple for them to his own golf course, to his own country clubs. It's just, it's appalling, is what it, to me. Just appalling. Well, let's see. We got back to something here, I guess. Yeah. Well, they're at 6% down on the NQ. Oh. New low of the day. Here into the close. Wow. That's pretty darn. And that's a new all-time low. If you look over here, this is for the history of this chart, which is 2,000 days. This is an all-time low. We've never been that low before. 2,000 days. Think about that for a minute. I don't know whether I was even showing that or not. I get so mad I could spit. 5,103.25 is the low of the day. That is pretty incredible. 80, basically 80 handles in the last couple of minutes. Well, there's 87, 83. 83 basically, okay, call me a liar. So it's a 78 handles in 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes. And here, boys and girls, comes the cash closed. This has been a shit week from start to finish, I guess, hasn't it? And there we are at the cash close. They're not even choking around it with liquidity like usual. Typically, this is the micro. Okay, I'm sure the mini is jammed up. No, yeah. See the trade action on the mini at 1,500. Look at that. Wow, that's some covering, huh? That is some squaring up and nothing going on over here. That's kind of interesting. I never noticed that. I would have never guessed. I always assumed that the two of them traded pretty much the same. And that's what you get for assuming stuff, I guess, huh? Huh. Well, I would have thought surely there was that big jam up and trade out like we have always on the ES. Like there. Huh. Wow. That's pretty weird. I don't understand that. I guess we did get some of it depending on how you zoom in, I guess. We did get some of that, but not anything like the minis. And now they're going to try to poke it down below the low again. I guess that would be perfect. If you short, you would want to cover down here as far down as you could get, right? That's how you make money. But that is certainly nothing like, I wonder what the NQ does. Chokes up book map. Chokes up book map, I guess is what it does. Wow. They're poking for new lows. Yeah, they've brought it down into the 90s now and still going. Take out that NVPOC from 18th of January 2024. One entire year's worth of market activity and liquidity gone. Look at this. They must be so proud. This is the E-mini, remember? And this is the micro. Much more docile. It did follow along, but much more docile. Not much of a closing swing trade there. The 12-to-1 trade definitely paid out, though. That says that if we make a new low or extreme, first of all, in an unbalanced market, if we make a new higher high or lower low between 12 and 1, there's a very high probability in the upper 80s, I believe, if I remember right, that we will continue that direction in the balance of the trading day. And they did, absolutely. Right into the close, right into and up to and including now. Well, typically I'd be out of the door here and headed for damn time, but no such luck today. so we can watch this a little bit here. Man, that's just really crazy. The market will close off here for the weekend at the top of the next hour. And I'll be back up on at 0800 Monday morning. I'm on the markets at Sunday evenings. It's from 1700, but the stream will be up at Monday morning as usual. I guess. I hope as usual. Funny how that liquidity's holding up, isn't it? Okay, no more trading. 2 trades today, 1 stop. 2 and a risk neutral 2 lot and a risk neutral 4 lot. 4 lot went to both targets and the 2 lot went to stop. The unfortunate part is the 2 lot was a mini and the 4 lot was a micro. It'd be the other way around, no? And here it is, I think. I can show that, I think. Maybe not. Oh, here we go. And I'm getting real sick of this thing. Doing this. Getting real annoying. A real annoying. Now I don't see that green line anywhere. I was looking at the break. I found the, there we go. The break even line down here. There we are. I have discovered that if you, with the book map here, if you click just to the right of, or the left of the what you're looking for, then you can get, God damn, come on. Well, this is annoying. If I had a piece of junk computer, I wouldn't be so annoyed, but I am now. That's for damn sure. Now it's disappeared. Okay. It has to redraw that. Look at that. It'll disappear and then redraw it. The order lines ought to be on here somewhere. Except I don't see them. Huh. Well, that sucks. I have a screen snap of it, but you should be able to do this. Should be able to roll back there and see what you did, right? Isn't that the whole idea? Starting to be real annoyed with Bookmap. And it's expensive. Well, there was the entry. Then break even, and then up we go. And break even finally got way up here after those. After the second profit target. Boy, I can't see those orders is pretty annoying. They will be in the replay, and I have a screen snap of them. But that's pretty disappointing. I wonder what happens with the this thing. I didn't get a screen snap of this, which is real irritating. I was mad. Or, disappointed with myself, I guess. And it was probably not going to see it. When was it? Let's check that. Okay, it was buy, stop. It was at 10:55.50. Oh, hell. Jesus, what's going on here? $10.55.50, huh? This is painful. Okay, so 10:55.50 has got to be right up here somewhere. We weren't in the 51s yet. There we go. Be right over here if it shows up. And I don't see it at all. It should be right in here. Should be right there. I do not see any trace of. Oh, there we are. Yeah, there's a break-even line right there. And it will, it wasn't much of a trade, that's for sure. It didn't last long. It actually took me out right there with 8. But it's not showing that the trade at all, the orders at all. And I do save them, so it took me out right there and then up it went. Well, that was pretty annoying. Okay, so have yourselves a very fine weekend. Go get outside, do something healthy, and you may want to go to the bar, but I suggest walk to the bar. Then you get and then you'll have a little health, a little exercise beforehand. And you won't get picked up for DWI when you come home. So there you go. I will be busy on the charts after when I get my homework starts, and then trading this weekend. And I'm going to try to set these. I'm going to try different configurations for whether this damn thing is calculated by the GPU or the CPU. I got to also see where bookmap is. I have IRT set to calculate on the GPU. From the computer side, I don't know if there's a special setting. I'm going to try to Google it about Investor RT, and I want to see now where the setting is for here for bookmap. So let's see if I can do that. No, I didn't want to do that. Settings, display. Advanced graphics. Okay. Investor RT is set for optimized for Windows games, set to the GPU. So it's an RTX 3060. Oh, I thought it was a 3090. Never mind. Okay, so let's see where bookmap went. I don't see bookmap anywhere. Well, that's interesting. Add a desktop app. How do I do that? I guess you do this one. Maybe. Yeah, the exact. Okay. What do we got going on here now? Let Windows decide. Well, okay, let Windows decide. All right, I'll let Windows decide. And I'm going to try the same story down here. I'll see what that does. I don't know. Need to restart your app or game to see the changes. Okay. I'm not going to restart Bookmap, but I will restart. Well, now it's no problem. See, now when it's not crunching data, that's how it's supposed to work. Smooth, not jumpy, jerky, all that kind of stuff. What I was doing when it fell over was going over here to see damn it, Janet. This is, I built the version of Bookmap here in IRT. Yeah, 179% higher volume than normal. That's, yeah. Average is 1.14, and today we had 2.49. Wow. That's probably got something to do with it. Look how long it's taken to jump around like that. I wonder if that damn graphics card is goofy. I'm going to see. I guess I can shut off the stream here. I don't need to be doing that. All right, have a great weekend, and back on Monday or whatever it is. Yeah, Monday.